This is actually the very interesting situation. Mainly because nothing like this has ever happened before. This is kind of a first time. So in confronting a first time, interesting, even unusual situation such as this, there isn't much need to fix or solve or figure out. There's not much need to understand it. That need to understand, it may be a kind of trick, a certain kind of trap, trying to justify the habit energy of grasping, the habit energy of not thinking, not just thinking, but holding on to thoughts and kind of picking and choosing particular thoughts. Because if you look at the mind and what you're able to do, what's possible, you can think anything. You can use the word I, and you can say, I am anything. I'm good, I'm bad, I'm a dragon, I'm a white man, I'm a black man, I support Donald Trump, I love Joe Biden. You can think almost anything. And usually we're held back a little bit in our minds, meaning that we're just thinking like words and phrases, but you can actually imagine things as well. You can imagine images, you can imagine memories, you can imagine all kinds of things. And so what doesn't need to be imagined, what we don't need to use effort for, is what is already here. What is already now. So usually the way that our mind works is that we're trying to put, or we have a habit energy of putting what is already now, what is already being experienced, into a kind of a box of thinking, a box of conceptual thought. And usually we're making all these judgments, and we're giving special importance to all these judgments. I like this, I don't like that. But there's a way of looking at life where, being with what's already happening, you can kind of see that what's already happening right now isn't about your judgment about it. Kind of like how what is already happening now doesn't require judgment. It doesn't require making a decision. It doesn't require a value being given to it. Is this valuable? Is this not valuable? Is this real? Is this not real? And there's a certain kind of understanding where we can see that real and not real, good and bad, right and wrong, are kind of like labels that we put on top of what is actually being experienced, what is already happening in the here and now. And so it's very interesting. It's kind of unusual to look at, we can say our, we can say yours, we can say my, we can say this direct experience, to look at this direct experience as it already is without adding anything else onto it, or without trying to take anything away from it, and kind of allowing the flow of what is already here, allowing the flow is about what is already happening to be. And this is the flow of awareness, the flow of presence, the flow of being free from grasping and trying to hold on to and making all of the judgments about what is already being experienced. Because what is already being experienced is already that way. you can't change what is already happening. And so the idea that you can change what is already happening, or this kind of feeling, this sense, it seems like you can change what is already happening. The already happening applies to everything, regardless of if it's up or down or left or right or over here or over there or whatever. If it's quote unquote good or quote unquote bad or whatever. So in a certain way, we kind of have an ability to have a closer connection, or a more realistic connection, or a more practical connection to reality as it actually is, rather than fixating or ruminating or complicating according to how it appears to be. Because really, how it appears to be is just something that we're making up, just something that we're assuming up. It's kind of like a creation or an assumption. It's an idea, it's a concept, it's a belief. But this isn't a belief, right? So there's no, this isn't better or worse than anything else. If you were to say that this was in some way better than that, it would just kind of be something you're making up. It's just a thought, it's just an idea. It's just made up. But to say that this already is the way that it is pointing to that which is beyond our thoughts about it, beyond our value judgments that we give to it. So in that way, it's really interesting. It's kind of weird. It's kind of unusual. And I think that we may be in a society that is a little bit shy about the unusual, a little bit shy about the strange, a little bit shy about the weird. But strangeness or unusualness or weirdness isn't necessarily good or bad. It's just kind of odd. It's off kilter. It's not what we're used to. So being open to what we're not used to can actually be really important in terms of seeing through the saffron tinted glasses of our preconceived notions, right? How we usually make judgments about this person and that person and how the way that things are supposed to be, right? Who is it that says how things are actually supposed to be? Who's in charge? Who is in charge of this experience? And what is this experience? What is that? What does it mean to separate one experience from everything? Are we in some ways fearful? Are we in some ways shy? Are we in some ways worried about experiencing something that we can't describe, that we can't put into a box of our conceptual thinking? Is this dangerous in some way? Are we in danger? Are we seeking after something compulsively? Are we always trying to feel good and trying to avoid feeling bad? Are we shy about feeling boredom or neutrality, not being in control, not being excited, not being stimulated? I can even feel it here. I can even feel it in myself. This sense of excitement, this sense of interest, all the comments coming in, all the people watching, all the likes, all the support, all the energy that's flowing into this moment. And we are going to be confused. There's no teachings, there's no philosophy, there's no way that life is going to be where we don't experience confusion. So this is concerned with how do we enlighten, how do we wake up from through confusion? How do we practice to be unconfused by confusion? How can we see each other authentically in the here and now as we are, instead of seeing each other through this structure of complicated thinking, this non-stop thinking, this non-stop applying labels, applying concepts, applying thoughts, overlaying our direct experience with more and more thinking, like we find ourselves to be the movie director, the producer. We've imagined ourselves to be in charge. We've imagined ourselves to be the owner of our experience. But what if this experience isn't owned by anyone or by anything? What if a certain aspect of this experience is completely indescribable, completely not understandable? Is that confusion? Is that confusing to realize thoughtlessness? Is it confusion to realize that our contraction, our itchiness, our never-ending seeking, and our palpitations of grasping and holding on are ultimately unhelpful? This is mysterious in some ways. In some ways we can say that this is mysterious, but because we can't understand everything here. We can't understand everything here, right? And so that which we can't understand, we could say is kind of mysterious. But, and so we can get into the question of, well, actually, can you understand everything that's happening right now? Are you in control of everything that's happening right now? Are you in charge of everything that's happening right now? Are you God? And what are you going to do if this experience, this reality, this moment doesn't fit your expectations? Or if you can't put this experience, you can't put this moment into a box of judgment? What are you going to do? Breathe, breathe, breathe. Not in a hurry. Not in a hurry. Not in a hurry. Not in a hurry. Not in a rush. So we're in a situation, now where we have an opportunity to be very mindful, to be very aware of our breathing, to be very aware of our body, and to be very aware of the mind, not just in terms of like what we think about and constant thinking, but actually to be aware of the mind as in the mind as awareness, presence. Actually, we might be looking for some kind of explanation, inside or outside, about what's being experienced or what we're going through, why life is going a particular way. But there's an answer in being more deeply in presence, being more deeply in awareness. And there's a teaching here about overestimating our own capacity and ability to understand everything, to be able to deal with everything, to be able to manage everything. It's a very, very important lesson to have, because many of us have gone through life without stopping long enough to look deeply at reality as it is. We have not spent time to look deeply at our bodies, the experience of our bodies. We have not spent time to look deeply at our minds, at the experience of the mind. And so this has led to a kind of constant proclivity, or a constant tendency to be deeply egoic, to be deeply identified with ignorance, to be overconfident about our position of understanding in the world, our position of authority in the world. And so this live stream and these teachings, which we must have well over 100 videos on this channel, live streams. For those who don't know, I was actually a Buddhist monk for 7 years. Where this life is not about kind of it being perfectly the way that we want it to be. We don't have like a golden ticket to be able to understand everything. And so what are you going to do, not when you're kind of led somewhere or you're brought somewhere, but what are you going to do when you find yourself where you already are? When you really find yourself, your heart, your experience, your truth, your reality, where you already are. Are you going to keep thinking? Are you going to keep judging? Are you going to keep making up stories about your experience? Or is there a chance or a space to actually open? To open to, some say being the witness or being the observer or being the awareness rather than the person or the character that's aware and that's making judgments about what is seen, what is heard, what is felt, what is experienced. Another big teaching in this school or in this tradition, in this live stream, is kind of a question of where did our curiosity go? Where did our innocence go? It seems like curiosity, rather than being an invitation to look more deeply, to explore, right, to connect with something that's unusual or odd or beyond our thoughts about things, it's become like an excuse for aggression. And I would say that there's not really anything to be aggressive about here. That this isn't really about understanding anything in particular. We can almost say that this is a kind of space of not understanding. A space that's completely open. You don't have to be here. You're choosing to be here. And in that choice to be here, how are you acting? And why are you acting to begin with? What happened to our authenticity? What happened to our kindness? What happened to our innocence? To be facing, to be experiencing something new, isn't that a joy? Isn't that wonderful? Isn't that so precious? I don't do this to say that I'm some kind of, superhero or special person, special teacher that people need to listen to. But it's more like there's an openness here. And there's a facilitation of that openness. And there's a working with the spirits, the energies, the habit energies of people's minds in facing that openness, in being received into that openness, into that non-judgment. Because even though we can be mean or negative, isn't there a part of ourselves that recognizes or knows that we're being mean or negative? And I don't want people to get distracted by their capacity to leave comments. I think it's better that we keep the space open for people who are really ready to listen. Ready to not understand. This is a big responsibility, and I don't take it lightly. But in this way of spirituality, or like unfolding the self, unfolding the ego, unfolding ignorance and attachment, there is this quality of not having a foothold anywhere, not being established anywhere, not having anything to hold on to, not having anything to grab onto. That's very important. Where our expectations are irrelevant. And to make clear the irrelevance of expectations. To burn out the calcification of our usual way of looking at things and our usual way of talking about things, and to actually get down right to the matter of direct experience, and then to explore that and to unfurl that. It's really important. There's an aspect here because when when the algorithm is really hitting and a lot of people are joining in, and it's quite an energetic space in terms of profit, in terms of growth and development. That's the gain, right? But there's a teaching here that the loss is just as important as the gain. That very, very few people being here is just as important, just as inspiring as many, many people being here. And this is one of the issues that people tend to confront in the Buddhist path or some other spiritual path, is this, this wrong view, this wrong idea of profit being more important than loss, right? Spiritual profit, meditation profit. And this is just simply not the case. To endure what is already here without complaint, without conceptualization, to be able to see anything, to see everything, and to know that just makes sense, period. That this just makes sense. And that is really the enlightened mind. For the enlightened mind, everything that is seen, everything that is heard, everything that is experienced just makes sense. There's no complicated justification about how, something's off here, something's wrong here. In the enlightened mind, nothing is wrong anywhere. There is no wrong or right. There is no correct or incorrect. There is no better or worse. So showing up here together, acquainting ourselves with this enlightened mind, this fantastic, wonderful mind of no discrimination. So it's definitely a relax and release of the whole body and mind, and that includes our spirituality, and that's maybe something that we miss out on. It's one of the major problems that we can encounter in terms of spiritual development, is that we start to fixate or to hold on to our spiritual practices and our rituals and our certain ways of looking at things, and this can poison actually the opening to whatever is already there. And children are 100% already there. They are immersed in alreadiness. So that flexibility, that spontaneity, that willingness to just listen to them and experience where their minds are as they are is very potent, very powerful. It's a way for you to practice, your sadhana or your spiritual practice. Because we see that these thoughts or these buildups of tension or ideation or hope or fear or whatever, this big complicated picture that we get in our minds about our life dissolve into nowhere. And that's exactly where they came from. They came from nowhere. And then if we recognize that, if we can recognize the awareness itself or the brightness itself of that truth of passing away and arising, we can see that these thoughts actually never arise. They never pass away. This story of our life has never been there, has never existed, and will never not exist. So it's the boundlessness, the inclusive emptiness principle that we're working with here. There's a real deep teaching in hopelessness. Because that hope, where does that hope put you? That hope puts you in the past and the future. It puts you in comparing and contrasting. It puts you in seeking. It puts you in making judgments. It puts you in all these kind of complicated, unnecessary thought forms. So to be utterly hopeless is also to be in a state of utter and complete arrival in the here and now, right? Where you already are. Not being shy about this intimacy with our suffering, our difficulty, and not being shy about our hesitancy to seek after pleasure or to try to control the experience that is already going on. That there's a chance that we will experience something that we don't understand. In each and every moment. There is literally a real chance, a highly likely chance that we will experience something that we don't understand. And that's basically the basis of this gathering. That's the basis of being together right now. Is it real that sometimes we can understand things and sometimes we can't understand what's happening? Is it true or not true? Sometimes we can understand what's happening. Sometimes we cannot understand what's happening. Is that true or not true? Or do people only understand? What even is it to understand something or to not understand something? So this is kind of like deep thinking, or to put it more clearly, more precisely, deep looking, looking closely. Where do thoughts arise from? Where do thoughts go to? We're going to stay with this question first. Where do thoughts come from? And where do thoughts go to? So a thought comes up, you have a thought, it's a real thought, you are thinking that. It's not about getting high, man, it's just about looking deeply. Not everybody thinks the same way that you do. Not everybody looks at life or reality the same way that you do. So this is the question. Where do thoughts come from? Where do thoughts arise from? And where do thoughts disappear into? Okay. Where do thoughts come from? What is that? What is that they come from? And where do they disappear into? Where do thoughts come from? And where do they disappear into? So we've got a lot of different answers here, right? People are saying thoughts come from the heart, thoughts come from the experience of the unknown. Pepe said thoughts come from God or Satan. People are saying thoughts come from trauma. So trauma, God, Satan, experience of the unknown, I would say the mind, right? What is that? In what world would we buy something or believe in something or give our energy and attention to something that we can't experience? If I have this phone and you're looking to buy a phone and I'm going to sell you this phone, and you come to me and you say, okay, I want to buy that phone, and I say, all right, here it is. You've already got it. Are you just going to accept that? Are you going to believe that? Or do you actually want to inspect, to look at, to investigate the phone? So the question is not an invitation for continuous intellectual thoughts or just to respond with a thought, but actually, where do thoughts come from is a direction for the mind to look into. Where do thoughts come from? Not a story, not an idea. The mind is the real heart. Try to open up your chest and write on your heart. No, no, no. Look for yourself. Experience for yourself. Use your mind in the way of investigation instead of the way of thinking. Where do thoughts come from? Where are thoughts coming from? And where do thoughts go back to? Where do thoughts disappear into? So let's say the mind. Let's use the answer the mind. So what is the mind? Not thoughts about the mind, not an idea that you're calling the mind. What is the mind? What is your mind? Consciousness is just a word. Consciousness is just an idea or a theory or something like that. Investigate, look into your mind. These are just words. Still. Pineal gland is just another thought. What is the pineal gland? Just thoughts on thoughts on thoughts. So what is the mind? Where do thoughts come from and where do thoughts go back to? To learn about that experientially, according to our investigation. Look at your own mind. What is it? Okay, you ask me. Ask me the question, what is the mind? You ask me. Ask me the question. Excuse me, sir. Oi, Sue. Sue M. One cappuccino? Okay. So basically, we're starting from a basic level. We're starting from the level of our basic normal experience, right? So we need a foundation to learn more. The foundation is our basic normal experience. So if I were to ask you right now, what is your basic normal experience? Not something intellectual, not some like high-minded spiritual answer or something like that, right? But what is your basic normal ordinary experience right now? What is the basis of your experience? What stands out to you in terms of your foundation of experience right now? Okay. Everybody got their answer out there? What is the basis of your experience? Is there a static cling or something like that? Is this better? Should I do it like that? Let's go with seeing, hearing, feeling, experiencing, etc. So in that seeing, that hearing, that feeling, there's a physical aspect to that, right? So if you didn't have eyes, if there were no eyes, you wouldn't be able to see. Is that true or not true? If you didn't have eyes, you would not be able to see anything. But the eyes themselves are only able to see because the mind is there, right? Or we could call it the awareness is there. Thank you. If the body was dead, then the eyes would be there, but you wouldn't be able to see anything. So the eyes are able to see because the mind is there, because this presence is here in the body. And what is seen is not your body, right? So seeing is actually an example of non-self, or no real self. or the emptiness of the self that you imagine to exist. Because what would your identity be? What would your self-identity be? Not talking about soul, which is some kind of like theoretical idea of like our real true self, right? But yourself that sees, like if you weren't able to see anymore, your identity would be completely different. Is that true or not true? A lot of your identity in your daily life is based in your capacity to see, is it not? Your relationships, your job, all these things. So if everything that is seen is not you, then what is your identity without seeing? What is yourself without seeing? In the same way of the ears, right? Everything that's heard is not you. It's just what you hear. You hear outside, right? So outside of hearing, what is your identity? What is yourself? Good one, Moon. Who you think you are. The idea that you have about yourself. Okay, I guess we're going somewhere. The ideas that you have about yourself. So, where are these ideas that you have about yourself coming from? Where are the ideas that you have about yourself coming from? They're coming from everything that is not you. Every idea that you have about yourself is reliant upon that which is not you completely. Your parents, the environment that you were raised in, the sounds, the sights, the feelings, the hot, the cold that you get from the environment, all of these experiences that are totally not you are where the identity of you is stemming from. So the question that we're really bringing up here, and what allows us to kind of sit back and step back and not be in a hurry and not be in a rush and a struggle to figure out, is that this you is not predefined. This self is not solidified. Basically, that the self is not as real as it appears to be. The self, the ego, the identity that we have is not as real as it appears to be. So from this position of my identity or my operating system or my basic like control mechanism not being as real as it seems to be, we can begin to look at what actually is. Not our thoughts about what's happening, not even quote unquote what's happening, but what is. The way that this is already. Yeah, that's right, Divine. It's like that. We're not saying that it's that, but it's kind of like that. Because the idea of a self, that you are like this real true person in a real true story, like you're a character in a movie, that idea is just as much an idea as you being nobody. I'm nobody. Hey, I'm nobody. That's also just an idea. It's still kind of I fixated, right? It's still a kind of confusion. So this is about not identifying with ideas. This is about not identifying with the thoughts that we have about this, because thoughts are kind of like a habit energy, kind of like a weather storm, a weather movement going through. So it's raining, it's raining, it's raining, but it's not permanently raining. And so in the same way, thoughts are happening, but thoughts are not permanently happening. So it is an awareness that is beyond the weather, beyond the systems of weather. awareness that is beyond the systems of weather. So from that position, Divine Gemini, we now have a capacity to listen deeply, to look deeply, to actually stop. And this capacity to actually stop is what allows us to quote unquote meditate, is what allows us to look deeply at that which is not understood, without biases, without preconceived notions of what we're trying to get out of it. Say a little bit more, Michael, Carol. Use the mantra, Michael, just another thought. This is just another thought. Use the mantra, this is just another thought. But not everyone is interested in these kinds of things. Some people want to be a successful businessman, or some people want to find a girlfriend, or some people want to build a house or travel the world. So there's a lot of different things. Some people just want to eat something. Right? They're hungry, they want to get something to eat, or they want to make a lot of money. So we're not all going to be interested in this kind of thing at this moment. Yeah, observing, observing, observing. And an essential skill that we kind of have to work on building up is dissolving the roots of complicated thinking. In this present. To be liberated from, to be free from, to be relaxed and released around and in and concerned with any and all complicated thinking. Complicated thinking is not the path. How do we do this? Well, we can apply a lot of different techniques. There are so many techniques, like the Buddha in Buddhism, they say there's 80,000 Dhamma doors. They say things like that, right? 80,000 ways of kind of doing this. But really, we're supplicating ourselves to reality. We're using our wits and our capacities to say, okay, right now I don't want to eat a cheeseburger. Right now I want to listen to the Dhamma. Right now I'm concerned with using my gut, my intuition, my heart to listen to this teaching and kind of get as much as I can get out of it and make use of it, right? And from there, we can then apply this supplication or paying obeisances to reality as it is. Because the main dimension or the main aspect of this is totally uncontrived and totally uncomplicated. You can say that this is purple and this is black and that this is a mic and that these are glasses and that this is a picture and that this is skin and that these are teeth. So what I just did, what I just went through, is literally as legitimate or absolute or as total as any narrative, as any political story, as any scientific description of what's happening right now. So this is to dissolve the reliance upon the webs of complicated thinking. You see, honestly, it's something that I'm unpacking and working on as well, because the platform that I have to teach in is it's not like I'm getting calls and nobody is knocking on my door to have me come and teach a meditation retreat or at a retreat center. I'm kind of the bad boy of Buddhism in American Buddhism. And so my teaching hall, my Dhamma hall, has tons of people coming in moment by moment and saying strange things, and then also people coming in at all different levels and degrees, and people that I can't see or hear really. I have to use a lot of intuition to actually feel out where someone is at and try to connect with them and work with them. So I mean, there's so many different ways that we can teach or be taught, but the main thing that I practice and the main thing that I'm trying to share here with people, especially those who are kind of able to connect and able to listen, is this supplication to reality as it is. Regardless. 100%, regardless, 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 everything, 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 irrelevant, irrelevant, irrelevant. Oh, Kara, that's also my sister's name. How do you make yourself be at peace when the outside world is full of noise? Breathing in, I come back to the island within myself. There are beautiful trees within the island. There are blue skies and water, there are birds, sunshine and fresh air. Breathing out, I feel safe. I enjoy going back to my island. Breathing in, I go back to the island within myself. There are beautiful trees within the island. There are blue skies and water, there are birds, sunshine and fresh air. Breathing out, I feel safe. I enjoy going back to my island. And the thing is that there's no discussion in this. This is warfire. This is the end. This is the destruction. This is meeting the final boss at level 1. Final playthrough, last chance, one life. This is Thanos with all Infinity Stones against Batman, unprepared. This is Lamborghini Diablo versus your grandma's Toyota Camry. Period. There's no games, there's no ifs, there's no ends, there's no buts. It's just as much this way as it is this way when you are confronting the level 99 samurai as a time-traveling tourist from America who's morbidly obese, and you've just stepped on that samurai's shoe, and the only option for that disrespect is the end. So this is the ending. And it's not, psychedelics really are not going to get you anywhere. Psychedelics are a total false flag. Ayahuasca is a total false flag. All of that stuff is completely fake. Those people never get anywhere. Those people are as deluded can be. Psychedelics aren't going to do anything for you. There's, in a general sense or in a relative sense, just to share with some people who don't know about this, we gain authority over our own mind, quote unquote, our own mind. And we're at a level of authority over our own mind. And because there's no separation between us and the environment, that level of authority over our own mind has a practical resonance or a practical relevance in the environments that we're actually in, with the other people that we're actually in. So people are relatively at different levels. And when you have a functioning society, a communal society, people really connect with that and pick up on that. When you have a society that's entirely composed of consumption and complacency and mental illness, like America, that kind of thing isn't really relevant because everyone's carrying a gun to shoot each other in the face the moment that they want something from one another or they feel threatened, etc. So that's not how it is over in Asian society. And I'm guessing, I've never been to China, but I'm guessing this definitely plays into why China is a closed country, right? Why the Great Wall of China exists, because they don't want anything to do with this kind of Western mind virus. this American mind virus. It's very, very real. Um, it's just that in a lot of spaces, there's this kind of contextual overlay about like what people, the different roles that people have, or the practical things that are going on. And so we attach to that conceptual overlay and kind of put our ego in that. But when we are just in the sphere of awareness, or the hollow sphere of presence, the authority that we have over our own minds, with directly relates to mindfulness and detachment, is very, very relevant, is very powerful, because it means that we can be the stable mind, or the wise and compassionate mind, in the face of all of the people with closed minds, and in the face of adversity. And actually, on a genetic level, on a reality level, we are always in a life and death situation. So that's kind of where that attenuation of relevance to mind authority comes into play, because we're always in a life and death situation. Always. Yuri, you give him a big hug and you give him a big kiss, and you tell him you love him, and you tell him that everything's going to be okay. Yes, it is, Nikolai. It's the end of the world as we know it. Yes, yes, the Buddha kissed the elephant with his mind. There's actually a story, there's a song about this wild rampaging elephant that was drunk on wine, and some poachers killed this elephant's child as a great mother. And the Buddha kissed the elephant with his mind, mind to mind, and actually stopped the elephant in his tracks. That was his degree of power, of compassion, you know. And that's not necessarily going to be relevant for people's spiritual development, but just, just some information that I can share with you, is some understanding that I have. And it's partly why people in these Asian countries respect monks, not because it's just a culture, but because in terms of their training, they have a powerful mind, and they're attenuated. Their mind is sensitive to that kind of quality. For many of us Westerners, we don't have a sensitivity to any consideration about anything that's not cheeseburgers and money. And we're kind of putting everything mentally that we experience into a cheeseburgers and money box. But that's not really a good way to do it. Yeah, you're not going to get anywhere good by resisting evil. You have to relax and release the whole body and mind. Yuri, Glucose Daddy, and everyone, everything. May you be happy, may you be peaceful, may be free from all suffering in this moment and in the next. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 We can blow ourselves up and make ourselves to feel or to seem very big, and we can shrink ourselves down to make us, seem and feel very small. But it's not about big or small. It's not about right or wrong. It's not about we're making progress or we're going backwards. It is the spontaneous immediacy of reality as it is, breath by breath, moment by moment, without the possibility of something or someone or some place or some time or some situation or some experience. All of this sum or all of these notions of separation are impossible. And so our degree of enlightenment is kind of like our degree of relationship with the matter-of-factness of the impossibility of separation, of thingness. And the interesting part is that that is inclusive of anything and everything. Thingness and not thingness are equal in that, but equal with discernment. That's what I believe. Is it true that I may be a no, because I is just so see-through, so transparent. The demons of self, the demons of complicated thinking, the demons of just thinking all the time. Slowly but surely, we learn to be the superhero of non-thinking. I love Jesus. Jesus is like my boyfriend or my girlfriend, a good friend of mine. No, it doesn't bother me. But I wish that they could put their elbow here on the table and arm wrestle with me. Yuri Boyka, you have to respect yourself a little bit more, because you're not really living up to manhood right now. Be a man. You got something to say, you say it. You got a question to ask, you ask it. No more fiddling around, twiddling around. Okay? We don't play that here. We do not play that here, Yuri. If you want to be a man, I'll teach you how to be a man. But we're not going to act like that here. I'm as much gay as I am happy in any given moment. I think that there is accessibility of non-belief. I think it's so accessible that it's mysterious, that it can be unsettling how accessible non-belief is. So just as much as we believe in the narrative or the story that we find ourselves to be in, it's also completely accessible to see through that, to see the emptiness of that. It's see-through, it's transparent. It doesn't mean that we're not going to live that way or go in that direction because maybe that's the nice thing or whatever. But the beliefs that we have about each other and ourselves and the world and time-based beliefs, they are transparent. In the same way that the edge of the 2099 samurai blade is sharp. It pierces through, it cuts through. It's powerful. Listen, Yuri, if you're dealing with obesity, then just, don't worry too much about it and start going for some walks regularly. There's nothing wrong with being obese, nothing wrong with being fat, there's nothing wrong with being stupid. A lot of the people who get angry or get worked up about fat people are actually very stupid people. And we don't have to be worked up about them being stupid. Stupidity is okay, intelligence is okay. No, Frankie, mushrooms and ayahuasca and all that stuff is just bullshit. It's a false flag. It's a false flag event. It can get you high. It can be used as a medicine in a medicinal setting, in the right context with the right support, but nobody has access to that. Those spaces just really don't exist. So mushrooms and psychedelics and ayahuasca and LSD, they're all false flag events. 100% false flags. It's not real, not true. And we get a little bit worried because some of these teachings can be very deep or sharp or striking. And, it's, life can be very worrying and life can be very relaxing. So if we're okay with being relaxed, we can also be okay with being worried. No, you're totally confusing it, Frankie. The LSD or the mushrooms, the psychedelics, they're just giving you a special experience. It's not going to help you raise your level in any way, which is what you're actually asking about. People don't know what they're asking about, but they're saying, can psychedelics help me raise my level of authority over the mind? Just a very little bit, maybe. It's not very reliable. It's very unreliable, and you're just as likely to go down a level by using those substances. But you're not even going to be on the level scale. You're just going to be moving down a little bit, moving up a little bit. You're not wrong or right for being anything. You're not wrong or right for being found, or wrong or right for being lost. They are, Yuri. They are a false flag event. T-Mac, I dare to enter into the wrong and the right waters. Let's get some W's in the chat for being open and willing to enter with mindfulness and detachment into both the right and the wrong waters. W's in the chat, everybody. W's in the chat, everybody. Go wild. Big W's in the chat. No more pretending, no more faking, no more fronting, no more bluffing. It's time to get realer than we've ever gotten before. It's time to take this to the very next level of human advancement, spiritual development. W's in the chat, everybody. W's in the chat. W's in the chat for mindfulness and detachment, everyone. It doesn't matter what clothes we wear, we're all naked underneath. I remember in some communities I would do some teachings at people that had never seen a monk before, in very young, kind of Western, modern communities. And they would see me, wearing the monk's robes, and they say, why are you naked there under your robes? And we're all naked underneath the identities that we hold on to, or the identities that we take to be, our real true personas. So personas are empty. Even the persona of a man, or the persona of a woman, or the persona of a child, or the persona of a person with a disability, or even the persona of an animal, is empty of fixedness, of solidity. There's no solid thought form that can be relied upon. You have to ask yourself, what are we going to do about everything? Nothing is really good or bad. It just appears that way temporarily, according to conditions, according to dispositions. So actually your disposition is just another condition. It's not like a part of your permanent real self. Just a thought, just an idea. Kind of like how the rainstorm or the thunderstorm or the tornado is not a real or solid part of the sky. It's just something that happens. It's a condition. It comes together because of causes and effects of all kinds, unexplainably. So your disposition, your understanding, your likes or dislikes are basically not understandable, not conceptual in nature. If stress is noticed, then it can be relaxed. It can be calmed down. It can be forgiven. Well, meditation isn't very specific, but if we notice something, we can relax that thing that we notice. So if we desire something, we can relax that desire. If we fear something, then we can relax that fear. How do we calm down? Well, calming down happens naturally, just like how does something that appears disappear? Everything disappears. It doesn't matter how big or bad the storm is temporary. It doesn't matter how scary or worrisome the situation is, or the experience is, or the thought is. It's temporary. It's a temporary thought. It's a temporary experience. So allow it to be temporary. Allow relaxation to happen. Allow impermanence to take place without trying to understand it or figure it out or control it. Certainly, one of the things that you can do is you can go for a walk. You can connect with your breathing. You can relax and release the whole body and mind. But it's not really you doing that. It's actually a relaxing of the you idea and the you story. I'm depressed, I'm anxious, I'm worried. Well, the problem isn't the anxious or the worried or the experience. The problem is the I that identifies with that. So stop identifying I in everything and allow everything to be the way that it is. Be okay, be deeply aware, be deeply with the way that it is. Stop trying to change it or control it or manipulate it in some way. We've lost our freedom in manipulation, constantly trying to manipulate others, constantly trying to manipulate the environment, constantly trying to manipulate our own experience. Stop manipulation, stop involvement, step back. Step back and widen out. Widen out, brighten out. Refresh and restart the whole body and mind. Step back. Step back from the stepping back itself. It's a practice of mental action, physical action, and verbal action. So look to your mentality, look to your physicality, look to your verbality in the here and now. See what you find. Mostly you'll find nothing. Mostly you'll find you're doing nothing. So be more okay with doing nothing, and then you have more choice about what you can actually do. You have to learn to be okay with anxiety, and you have to learn to invite anxiety to be there with you, and invite yourself to be there with the anxiety. So stop making anxiety an enemy. Stop making anxiety something that you have to get rid of, and embrace it as a friend, as an ally, as a reminder. We get anxiety when we go out because we don't have a good enough relationship with our own body and with our own mind. You have to develop the relationship that you have with your own body and mind instead of constantly distracting yourself. And don't want so much, and allow what already is. Allow this experience to be the way that it already is. Allow your body to be the way that it already is. Allow your mind to be the way that it already is. So step back into allowing. Stop trying to figure out, stop trying to manage, stop trying to solve, stop trying to manipulate and control. You can try a lot of different things, but what most people haven't tried is not trying. Actually not trying. Just being. Why do you want me to get a job? Why are you interested in my life? Maybe this is my job. Maybe this is my life already. You can't do it tomorrow. You can only do it now. Tomorrow never comes. When tomorrow comes, it'll be now. What is happening right now, what's going on right now, cannot be explained and cannot be understood. Human beings cannot explain or understand this situation or this experience. There's nobody here who can understand this experience as it is. There is nobody on the entire planet Earth who can understand this. You really have to step back, because you can't manage this, you can't control this, you can't solve this. You have to step back and widen out. Open up your body, open up your mind, open up your vision, open up your ears, open up your mouth. Widen out, brighten out, put your arms out, spread your arms out, your mind out, widen out, get out. Give away and give out everything. You have to apply the practice of irrelevance to any thought, every struggle, every tension, every movement that's going on inside. Give out, give away, release out, forgive, relax and release the whole body and mind now. Without any secondary thinking, without any puzzle solving, without any management scheme. Widen out, brighten out, give out, together with everything. Beyond thinking, beyond understanding, beyond resolving in some way. We all want a problem to resolve. We all want to feel important. Widen out, brighten out, open out, everything, everything, everything. Use the word everything. Freak out. 100% freak out. Freak out of the normal way of you acting and doing things and thinking about things. Freak all the way out. Let's get some W's in the chat for freaking out. freaking all the way out. Freak all the way out. W's in the chat, everybody. Freak out. New, everything, totally, completely new, beyond thinking, beyond not thinking, beyond solving, beyond not solving, beyond fixing the problem, beyond not fixing the problem. Everything, widen out, brighten out, beyond, everything. Go out. Get away from everything, away from anyone, away from anything. Right here, right now, totally, completely, widen out, brighten out. Beyond nothing, beyond not nothing. Beyond the importance, the self-importance that you're giving to your thoughts. Everybody thinks they're so important. Everybody thinks their thoughts are so important. Everybody thinks they're the CEO of the world. No more CEOs, no more world, no more no. Dissolve out beyond no. Dissolve out beyond teaching or learning or studying or understanding or not understanding. Dissolve out, brighten out completely, totally, 100%, beyond 100%. Beyond being kind, beyond being mean, beyond itself, beyond everything. Unlimited. Not about knowing anything, not about understanding anything, not about being someone, not about going somewhere, not about figuring something out, not about understanding what's being seen, not about understanding what's being heard, not being understanding, not being not understanding, not about words and phrases, not about ideas, not about concepts, not about beliefs, not about stories. Seeing through the story of our identity, seeing through the story of what we see, seeing through the story of what we hear, seeing through the story of movies and TV shows and politics and media, seeing through everything, seeing through the seeing itself, beyond everything. Use the word beyond, repeat the word beyond everything, beyond everyone. Beyond every idea, beyond every thought, beyond figuring things out, beyond being important, beyond thinking that you are an important person, beyond thinking that someone else is an important person. Go beyond, go out of the body, go out of the mind, go out of the environment, go out of everything. Go out beyond everything, beyond questions, beyond answers, beyond ideas, beyond thoughts, beyond stories, beyond sounds, beyond sights. Yo, money, like, everything. Use the word everything. Use the word everything as a anti-constipation medicine for all of the complicated thinking that has filled up your guts. All of the thoughts that you've been grasping onto, all of the ideas that you've been using to act out in the world mentally, physically, verbally, cut out, finish out, resolve all complicated thinking. End, finish all thoughts. Beyond thinking, beyond judgment, beyond being an important person who has an important opinion. No important people who have important opinions are allowed here. Important people who have important opinions are not allowed here. No more games, no more pretending. No more pretending. Get out and stay out. Xin chào, Nam Mô A Di Đà Phật, Nam Mô Bổn Sư Thích Ca Mâu Ni Phật, Nam Mô Quan Thế Âm Bồ Tát. Good job, Natalie. The power, the wisdom, the special understanding of not knowing. The special power of not understanding. The special power of not knowing. The special power of not seeing as you see. The special power of not hearing as you hear. The special power of not thinking as you think. The space in between thoughts, 100%. Not allowing anyone else to apply a judgment or a decree or a consideration to this. Stop pretending that you're in control here. Stop pretending that you know me. Stop pretending that you understand what's happening here. Stop pretending that you've looked through the YouTube channel and you know who I am and you know what this is about. Stop pretending. Wake up. Stop pretending to be a character in a story. Stop pretending to be in a movie that you're in control of. Stop pretending to be God. Stop pretending to understand everything. Stop pretending that your thoughts are the ultimate rules about what reality is. Stop pretending that you're in charge here. Stop pretending that you get to make a judgment about me. Stop pretending that your opinion is important. Stop pretending that your opinion is actually about me. Stop pretending that you're real and I'm not. Stop pretending that this situation is just what you think about it. Stop pretending that you are the real God and you are the real controller of who I am. Stop pretending that I am in a courtroom and that you are the judge. Stop pretending that you get to write a story about what this is. Stop pretending that you get to control what this is with your thoughts. Stop pretending. Stop pretending. Stop pretending. Stop pretending that I am your thoughts about me. Stop pretending that this experience is your thoughts about this experience. Stop pretending that you're in charge of this body. Stop pretending that you're in charge of this mind. Stop pretending that you're in charge of this environment. Stop pretending that you get to pick and choose if I'm good or bad. Stop pretending that you get to have an opinion about me that's absolutely true. Stop pretending that you know what this is. Stop pretending, stop pretending, stop pretending. Stop pretending, stop pretending, stop pretending. Stop pretending that you're in charge of me. Stop pretending that you're in control of this environment. Stop pretending that I want something from you. Stop pretending that you get to decide what's going to happen in the next moment. Stop pretending that I am under your control. Stop pretending that the world is under your control. Stop pretending that this body is under your control. Stop pretending that this mind is under your control. Stop pretending that you get to control your mind. Stop pretending that you get to control this mind. Stop pretending that you get to control this YouTube channel. Stop pretending, stop pretending, stop pretending. Just stop pretending. Let's get some big W's in the chat, everybody, for not pretending. Big W's in the chat, everybody, for not pretending. And let's get some W's in the chat for the people who don't understand. And let's get some W's in the chat for the people that are pretending to understand. Stop pretending that you get to label me and decide who I am. Stop pretending that you get to make a judgment about who I am and what I'm doing as being either good or bad. Stop pretending that you completely understand what's happening right now. Stop pretending that you completely understand who I am. Stop pretending that you completely understand what this YouTube channel is about. Stop pretending, stop pretending, stop pretending. W's in the chat. Stop pretending that you're in control of reality. Stop pretending that you're God. Stop pretending that you get to make a judgment about this. Stop pretending that you are in control of this. Stop pretending that I am under the power of your thoughts. Stop pretending that I am under the power of your thoughts. Stop pretending that I am under the power of your thoughts. Stop pretending that your thoughts about this experience are true or real. Stop pretending that your thoughts about me are me. Stop pretending that your thoughts about this experience are this experience. Stop pretending that your value judgment, that your label, that the good or bad thing that you're saying about this is what this is. Stop pretending that you know what this is. Stop pretending that you know who I am. Stop pretending that you're in control. Stop pretending that you're special. Stop pretending that your opinion is important. Stop pretending, stop pretending, stop pretending. Stop pretending that you're in control of this. Stop pretending that I'm an actor in a movie that you're directing. Stop pretending that you know what this is. Stop pretending that you know who I am. Stop pretending, stop pretending, stop pretending. You're not in control here anymore. As long as you stop pretending, we can have a wonderful conversation about what this is. We can explore and practice it together. Stop pretending, stop pretending, stop pretending. Learn to look deeply. Learn to see through the veil of thoughts. because this is already not thought-based. If you're seeing this, your seeing is not thought-based. If you're hearing this, you're hearing this. These sounds are not based in your thoughts about them. It's time to stop pretending. It's time to stop pretending. It's time to stop pretending that your hatred, your animosity, your negativity is justified and true and real. Stop pretending that you have to continue holding on to the stress in the body. Stop pretending that you need to understand this to experience this. Stop pretending that you need to understand this to experience this. Stop pretending that you need to understand this to experience this. Stop pretending that you need to understand this to experience this. Stop pretending that you need to understand this to experience this. Stop pretending that you need to understand this to experience this. Stop pretending that you need to understand this to experience this. Stop pretending that you need to understand this to experience this. Stop pretending that you need to think about this to experience this. Stop pretending that your thoughts about this are what this is. Stop pretending that your thoughts about this experience are what this experience actually is. Stop pretending that your thoughts about this experience are what this experience actually is. Stop pretending that your thoughts about who I am is actually who I am. See how ridiculous it is. See how totally fake it is. See how completely you are pretending to act like your thoughts about me are who I am. Stop pretending that your thoughts about me are who I am. Stop pretending that your thoughts about other people are who they are. Stop pretending that the thoughts that you have about yourself is who you actually are. Stop pretending that your opinion is important. If you don't have anything nice to say, don't say anything at all. Stop pretending that you know everything. Stop pretending that you understand everything. Stop pretending that you're in control of everything. Stop pretending that you are an important person and that your opinion is important. Stop pretending that you're in control of other people. Stop pretending that your opinion is very important and other people need to listen to it. Stop pretending. Stop pretending. Stop pretending that you know who I am. Stop pretending that you know what this is about. Stop pretending that your thoughts about this are this. Stop pretending that your thoughts about what you see is what you're seeing. Stop pretending that your thoughts about what you hear is what you're hearing. Money bid meal, 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 money bid meal. Oh, money bid meal, 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 money bid meal.
Money been me, 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 money been me. Yo, money been me, 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 money been me. You money been me on you, 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 money been me on, 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 money been me on. Yo, money been me on, 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 money been me on.
Widen out. Brighten out. Beyond thinking, beyond ideas, beyond stories. Don't allow your mind to trick you, to trap you, to make you stressed, to make you worried, to make you angry. Widen out, brighten out. Use the word everything. Widen out the eyes, widen out the ears. Open, 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 open fully, open completely, open totally. Don't fixate. Don't fixate on words. Don't fixate on images. Don't fixate on something in particular. Not about something in particular. Not about not something in particular. Widen out, brighten out. Remove the hat of complicated thinking. Remove the hat of ego. Remove the hat of frustration, of anger, of greed, of negativity, of positivity. Release, relax the whole body and mind. Release and relax the whole body and mind. Oh, money bed meal, money bed meal, money bed meal, money bed meal. Oh, money bed meal, money bed meal, money bed meal, money bed meal. W's in the chat, everybody. Leave a like if you haven't already. Put some W's in the chat if you're down with the OG Buddha. Not about joking, not about not joking. Beyond joking and not joking. Beyond the beyond itself. Not about being serious, not about not being serious, not about the not itself, not about not about. Not about the not itself. All words coming to an end, all thoughts coming to an end, all beliefs, all stories, all identities coming to an end. Widen out, brighten out.
Money bed meal, 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 money bed meal. Oh, money bed meal, 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 money bed meal. Ah, money bed meal, money bed meal, money bed meal, money bed meal. Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. This Om Mani Padme Hum is a emanation of compassion, but also the disintegration, the deconsecration of validation for complicated thinking, yes, but especially for justifications for ill will or animosity or negativity. Oh, money, bid me, more 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 money, bid me. Oh, money, bid me, oh, money, bid me, oh, money, bid me, oh, money, bid me. Yo, money, bid me, 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 money, bid me. Not about thinking, not about not thinking, not about itself, not about understanding or not understanding, not about not itself. Not is just a not, a sound. Not about sounds or silence. Not about not itself. Xin chào. Oh, money been meal more, money been meal more, money been meal more, money been meal more, money been meal. Oh, money been meal more, 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 money been meal. Oh, money been meal more, 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 money been meal. Oh, money been meal more, 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 money been. Yo, money bit meal more, 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 money bit meal more. Yeah. Money bit me 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 money bit me.
May all beings be well, happy, and peaceful. May all beings be free from all kinds of suffering. May all beings be free from anger. May all beings be free from greed. May all beings be free from non-practical, complicated thinking. May we all be able to allow peace to be there with whatever, with anything, with everything. May we stop fixating on justifications for animosity, negativity, ill will, trying to tear others down, trying to harm others, trying to speak negatively, trying to pretend that we understand things that we don't understand. May we all be free from non-stop thinking. May we all be free from non-stop tension in the body. And may we all be more and more aware of the body, of the mind, as it is in the here and now. Breathing in, breathing out. Breathing in, breathing out. I am blooming as a flower. I am fresh as the dew. I am solid as a mountain. I am firm as the earth. I am free. Breathing in, breathing out. Breathing in, breathing out.
reflecting what is real, what is true. And I feel there is space deep inside of me. I am free, I am free, I am free. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. How do we act when we come across something or someone, some sound, some sight, some experience that we don't necessarily understand? I advise and I encourage us to act with curiosity, with mindfulness, not too much attachment or stress in the body, but a sense of openness. Sometimes that which is unusual or unexpected can actually bring us a sense or a quality of clarity. It can blow out the fog and the cloud of our habit energy up to that point. But to get to this matter, to get to the kind of root of what this is about, we have to really have a sense of dedication, a sense of sincerity, a sense of authenticity, to look closely, to look deeply, a consistency, if you will, of presence, of awareness, of depth, of wholeheartedness, whole-mindedness, whole-bodiness, that isn't stuck or fixated in judgment, in conceptual thinking, in this habit energy we have to put everything into a box. Oh, this is good, this is bad, this is right, this is wrong, this is that way, etc., etc. This is this way, etc., etc. And just to step back and to allow the interpenetration of phenomena to go through the whole sense of self, the whole sense of identity, and not to give so much importance to the review. When is it time for me to leave my review? When is it time for me to describe how my experience was? No reviews. No clarification. No extra steps of explanation. Just allowing more fully, more completely, more totally what is to be that way. As it is.
allowing things to be as they are, in the here and now. Understanding and recognizing that impermanence is real. Impermanence of labels that we apply to other people. Impermanence of labels or identities that we figure or we understand are ourselves, our real identity, that person's real identity. That person's really a crackhead. That person's really a lunatic. That person's really a good person. That person's really a bad person. If someone offered me an ice cream right now, I would eat it. Zen living is a most direct shortcut, not requiring the exertion of the slightest bit of strength to attain enlightenment and master Zen right where you are. But because Zen seekers are searching too eagerly, they think there must be a special principle, a special understanding, a right view about what's happening. So they try to describe it to themselves mentally in a subjective way. Thus, they are swept away by the machinations of emotive and intellectual consciousness into something that is created and will perish. They cling to this created, perishable law, rule, idea, principle, or way of life, way of understanding as something ultimate. This is a serious misstep. This is why it is said, do not talk about ultimate reality with your mind on what is created and destructible. Many Zenists cling to personalistic views as ultimate realities or final truths, and do not believe there can be anything better. As soon as they are put to a real Zen test, they are lost. This happens when they finally never meet a real Zen master, so their realization is crude. They sit in a nest of win or lose, fearing to be disturbed by anyone, afraid they will lose Zen. Some Zenists say their viewpoints are all correct, and when experienced masters tell them it is not so, they say this is just a deliberate ploy to entrap them and pull them around. These paranoid Zenists stop after they have merely managed to hold still. This is a fatal disease, which is of its own nature incurable.
Therefore, all Zen seekers can do is to be careful to avoid it. Don't attach to being still. Don't attach to a particular appearance. Don't fixate on personalistic views. There is certainly something much, much better and more accessible. Non-duality. Um, it's okay. I like Jim Newman. I like. Yeah, he's a nice guy. He's very accessible. I think he's got a cool message. The thing that I feel like non-duality gets wrong or misrepresents, and this maybe is alluding to a lack of quality of depth in the practitioners, in the teachings, but non-duality is not something more than duality. So like having a non-dual experience, or the ways that non-duality teachers will like talk and point things out, is not inherently better than or more accurate than them just talking gibberish. And this is innate in the non-duality, teaching and sphere. It's just, for me, sometimes it seems kind of exclusive for exclusivity's sake, and I think that they don't do enough to unpack that. Like a lot of the phrasing and the words that they use, like this is already done, this is already finished, this is already complete, this is nothing. We've all gathered here for no reason. This is nothing. And then people ask questions. Well, what about this? What about that? And they say, there's no such thing as you. There's no such thing as a self, etc. Well, yeah. I mean, I like those ideas too. I like those words too. But those words are not inherently more non-dual or more special than saying that hot dogs are good and hot dogs are empty, or eat a hot dog, right? And this is where Zen has a lot more power, I feel like, and looking to Dzogchen and looking to the deeper Buddhist traditions. And they're just more inclusive, I think, and more practical. But the trick or the trap in the non-duality perspective or field is that you kind of walk into the trap by asking a question. because they're facilitating, they're hosting, so they get to kind of, you are at fault by asking the question. So you are at fault by putting them in the position of the person to answer your question. And that's fine too. It's just, for me, it's not rich enough. It doesn't have enough depth. It doesn't have enough resources in it for me to be like, oh yeah, non-duality, that's so great. And I think the teachings are really cool and interesting, but all in all, just so-so. But for most people, they're going to be like a lot more profound than anything else you have access to, and they're going to be presented in a language that's a lot more accessible than anything else you have access to. Emptiness is just kind of like spaciousness or boundlessness or all-inclusivity of space. Like, you can put anything into space. Space can fit any object. Like, no thought is inclusive of any thought. So you either identify with thinking or you identify with not thinking, right? And then when you say, well, no, wait, I identify with certain thoughts, particular kinds of thoughts, that's kind of ridiculous, because particular thoughts just arise from no thoughts. And you can think any thought that you would like to think. So now you get into this position of like, you're picking and choosing what thoughts that you want to think, but you're doing that according to preference, or you're doing that according to some arbitrary reasoning that you create. And so then the self exists in this arbitrary reasoning of the thoughts that you select and grab onto. But you can think any thought. So if your identity is just being given to this importance of, well, I thought that, so this is real or this is important, you can think anything if you're open to it, if you want to. So you can't just say, I'm a man or I'm a girl, so I'm absolutely a man or I'm absolutely a girl. Or you can't just think like, this is good or this is bad, and then say, well, this is ultimately good or ultimately bad, or completely truly good or completely truly bad, because it's just based on a thought that you have about it. So thoughts are actually pretty impermanent, pretty temporary, pretty empty, pretty irrelevant. And so to apply or to experience the irrelevance of thoughts allows us to go deeper into awareness without getting bound up by particular thoughts. And it's actually something that's very easy and natural to understand. It's not complicated, it's not esoteric. Anybody can understand what I'm saying. It's just a matter of you having the interest to kind of go deeper into that, or to make use of it, or whatever. We're all kind of dealing with the same sickness. We're all dealing with the same disease, and that's the disease of not being satisfied. That's the disease of wanting more. That's the disease of feeling difficulty or feeling pain and not wanting to feel that way. Having thoughts that we don't like and wanting more thoughts that we do like. So we all have that basic disease, whether you call it ligma, or whether you call it being disenfranchised, or not getting your fair share, or not liking something or liking something, or whatever. We all have this basic same disease of ignorance and attachment. And it's as real a disease or as real a problem as having a brain tumor is. It's just that we've become accustomed to disassociation. We've become accustomed to complacency and consumption. And a lot of us are like, okay, I'm not going to take anything seriously because I know that if I eat McDonald's, it will feel good. I know that if I just keep scrolling on TikTok videos, I won't have to think about, my deeper suffering or kind of deal with my life. And that's why we're all like keeping our fingers crossed and hoping that, we're basically a millionaire. We just haven't gotten the check yet. We just haven't gotten the money yet. You know what I mean? So that money is never coming. The treasure at the end of the rainbow, you're never going to get it. And so all that you're actually ever going to be able to get is this moment right here, right now, that's like nuclear bombs going off, like a hyper sun flash in front of your eyes and a screeching sound in your ears. Reality is just this. This is all you're ever going to get. This is the best as it's ever going to get. And the idea of the future and the idea of the past that we're kind of trying to deal with is not real. It's just a thought. It's just an illusion. It's just a dream. And so the more that you can penetrate into reality as it is right now, the more effective you can be in getting what you want or avoiding what you don't want to avoid. That's why spirituality or Buddhism has been so successful and kind of continued throughout the years. But that is also just as empty as anything else is. So I'm curious, how old is everybody? Where is everybody from? Is everybody here from India? Is everybody here old or young? Could we get, you can put your age and what country you're from so I can kind of get a key into who these people are and all that? I wish, if I could make a wish and if I had like a full Native American head of hair, I'd love that. You know, I'd be very happy about that. But this is the situation that I'm dealing with, and I've got to accept that one way or another. So it's like we just don't make some kind of justification for acting a certain way. You're acting the way that you're acting right now, and that's what you have to be responsible for. Because you can't explain, like you can't explain how you're able to see right now. You can't explain how you're able to hear right now. You can't explain how you're able to have a body right now. You can't explain why the world is not exploding right now or a meteor is not hitting Earth right now. You can't explain when you're going to die. You can't explain how long you're going to be able to live. So we are in this situation of being on the edge of life and death all the time, whether you like it or not. Non-duality, or the real Buddhism, is that you don't actually have anything. The money that you believe that you have in the bank account, where is it? You know, you can say, okay, well, I'm at the car dealership. I'm about to buy a car, so I know that this is real money. But when you're not using it, when it's just quote unquote there in the account, where is it? You know, are you a time traveler? Are you going to go into the future? Are you going to go into the past and do something with this so-called money that you have in the account? No. You're just experiencing this the way that it is right now. This is where reality is. So most of us, we're not living in reality. We don't have a connection to reality. We're totally lost in our nonstop thinking. And that's basically like being in a dream. Being in a dream of nonstop thinking and nonstop judgments about all the things that appear. So this is like to wake up from the dream, or to wake up having never dreamed and never gone to sleep. And this is also just relax and release the whole body and mind. You know what I mean? And when we're so tensed and we're always focused on the future, we're always focused on the past, we're always thinking all the time, that's how you get cancer. That's how you get sick. You make yourself sick with all this attachment, with all this holding on, when we can't hold on to anything. You can't hold on to your health. You can't hold on to your youth. You can't hold on to things being the way that you want them to be, or getting rid of things that you don't want to be there. You don't get to be in control. You don't get to have your opinion be special or important or listened to. Period. So you have to learn how to let go, or allow letting go to take place, because everything is already impermanent. Everything is already changing. And that's not stopping anytime soon. So we are aligning ourselves with impermanence. There's no you to begin with. There's no separation to begin with. You is just another thought. Literally, you as an identity, as a self, as a soul, as a real true person and a real true story that has a house and a car and a future and a past, is literally just a thought. If it's not just a thought, then where is it? Then what is it? And the only answer that you'll actually be able to come up with is more thoughts. So self is just thoughts about thoughts about thoughts about thoughts. No self is non-thinking. Direct experiencing without relying upon thinking or conceptualization or non-conceptual awareness. And non-conceptual awareness is a lot more accessible and a lot more natural than thinking about things, non-stop thinking. So we don't just say something, you need this, you need that, you don't understand, you understand, etc. But we actually take responsibility for our own experience. We stop trying to control others. We stop trying to pretend that we have a right to control others. We stop trying to pretend that we have a right to make others think the way that we want them to think. Stop pretending that you're in control here. Stop pretending that you are in control here. Stop pretending that you're 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 in control. 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 Oh, money bed meal, 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 money bed meal. Stop pretending, stop pretending, stop pretending, stop pretending, stop pretending, stop pretending, stop pretending. Oh, money bed meal, 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 money bed meal. Yo, money bed meal, 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 money bed meal. No I, no control. Just aware. Just whole body and mind, relax and release. There's no such thing as lost without being found. There's no such thing of found without being lost. Stop pretending. Stop pretending. Stop pretending. Stop pretending. Stop pretending. Oh, Who am I is okay, but I prefer something like, what is this? And instead of trying to answer that with thoughts, with words, with phrases, I mean, what in life that's really important and valuable is composed of words and phrases? You know, I'd rather have gold than all the words and phrases in the world. A couple pounds of gold, right? So instead of relying on words to understand your experience, look at experiencing. And if you find that to be very, very confusing, then ground your awareness or ground your attention in breathing, in being more clearly, more directly aware. And then look, what is this? What is this? And answer with the looking, answer with the investigating. Competitiveness comes from like an animalistic way of life. So for primates, for men, men would fight and kill other men to control access to women and access to resources. So in patriarchal monkey tribes, there's one alpha man, and that alpha man beats up or kills the other male monkeys and then has control over all the women and also the resources because of physicality, because of aggression, sometimes because of a degree of intellect and as well. So competitiveness is the source of all the problems in our relationships and in the society and in the world. You understand? There's absolutely no need to compete with one another in a post-scarcity society, in a quote-unquote enlightened society or post-enlightenment world. There's no need to compete, but it's this greed, this anger, this non-practical, complicated thinking, usually self-fixated thinking, that leads us into these habits and patterns of conflict. And then we wonder why everything in life is so difficult. Everything in life is so difficult is because we're not collaborating. We're not cooperating with one another. We're not communicating deeply with one another. We've lost our curiosity because of anger and fear and greed. We always want to be in control. And if we find and experience something that's out of our control, now we either attack or we run away. I mean, I can't understand it. As you know, people talk about, they're so well-minded and everybody else is so crazy. Look, I think I've got a good, clear mind in a lot of ways, right? Like I look at something and I can see that that's something I know about or it's something I don't know about, generally, right? How in good heavens can people come across a live stream, like a performance that's put on here? I'm acting, what some would call completely wild, completely crazy, completely not understandable. You can't just put this into a box, right? And people come across that and they're in no way curious. Nothing these days can make people stop and look deeply and actually communicate or try to investigate or get a deeper experience about what's not understood. I mean, it's really, really remarkable how disassociated, desensitized people are. You see what I'm saying? So this is also a space to resensitize ourselves, to feel the feeling, to see the seeing, to hear the hearing, and not just be at the behest of nonstop complicated thinking and nonstop scrolling. No, we're not talking about, this isn't about generating curiosity. This is about ending suffering, my friend. This is about suffering and the end of suffering. This is about looking more deeply, raising up your level of authority over your own mind. To be an OG, to go from a goofy to an OG. Not to stop and listen. I'm not saying people need to stop and listen to me, but to actually be curious, to be like, to take on that position of investigation for themselves. Like, what the heck is this? And then to look deeply and see for themselves what they find. Not to listen to me, not to believe me, but to take a look. And I mean, because there's no danger on their end. There's nothing, there's no investment on their end. They can sit back and watch and investigate and ask questions and explore and all that, right? But people are just so disassociated, so desensitized, and then you see how they act towards something that's unexpected and unknown. Right there, right? Bebop, with ill will, with frustration, with this sense of, we feel a sense of anxiety, we feel a sense of anger, we're frustrated about life, we're frustrated about other people, we're frustrated about what's going on, right? And then we push out that frustration onto others, trying to control others, trying to put others' identity into a box. No way. Or trying to convert other people to our way of thinking, when we really don't know. We really don't understand. And we're not even interested to be involved. We're just interested for us to have a position, for us as an individual to have a position to make a judgment. Who gave you the right? Who put you in charge to be the judge? If you don't like it, mind your own business. I mean, people just don't know how to mind their own business. They come into somebody's house and they complain about their cooking. Are you insane? I have a right to be here and say negative things. I have a right to be here and make judgments about you. It's my God-given right to be here and make a judgment about you. It's my God-given right to be here and tell you about your own ego. No, it's not. Your opinion is just your opinion. It's just another thought. Just another thought. Well, this isn't about surviving. Adam the Ghost, that's your final warning. The ultimate truth is not about belief. It's not, you can't describe it. It's like, how can you describe reality? How can you put reality into a box? You can't. You can't put reality into a box. You can't put another person into a box. So it becomes about our practical relationship with what's going on. Our practical relationship with the here and now. And to actually look at our intentions. Are we here to listen and learn? Or are we here to make judgments? And you have to take responsibility for your own intentionality. I can't take responsibility for your intention. You have to do that for yourself. And same for me. You can't take responsibility for my intention. I take responsibility for my intention. Stop pretending that you're in charge. Stop pretending that you get to determine who other people are and what they're about. Listen and learn. Or share, you know. But don't think that I won't call you out on it, because I will. That's okay too. If you're just playing The Sims and listening, that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. What's your question, Adam? I have a WhatsApp. Easiest way to contact me is through WhatsApp. But really, for most people, there's not much of a need to have a call or a meeting with me. Just being here in the live streams and participating and listening is going to be more than enough. VZX, for you, there's a big charge. For you, there's a big price. Everybody else can call for free. Sure you can. Well, there's not a link to a WhatsApp. WhatsApp is just a phone number. Look, this isn't a place to be bitter and negative and act weirdly. This is a place that is inclusive of everything. So be respectful of that, please. Or don't let the door hit you on the way out. You're welcome here, but it's your choice to be here or not. And it's your responsibility to deal with your own mind in terms of what comes up in the mind in terms of this experience. There's nobody here who's the controller or the absolute understander or the absolute figure-outer. You're not God. You're not in charge here. You're not in charge of who I am. You're not in charge of who other people are. Don't come here and try to convince other people of anything. Don't come here and be convinced of what you think. It's time to take this to the next level. Adam, this is your final warning. If you have a question, you can ask it, but you're not here as an interpreter. You are not invited to be here as an interpreter of what's going on. Stop pretending that you were brought here to be an interpreter and to make an explanation about what's going on. That's not your position here. Do not pretend to be a hired interpreter for the live stream and to extrapolate what's actually going on here. Do not pretend that. Pretenders are not allowed here, okay? We're not playing any games. Okay, this is the WhatsApp number, friends. It's not a number that people can call on their phone. They have to use WhatsApp if you want to talk with me. You could also call me now, and if you have a question right now, we could get through it. Do not pretend that you were brought here as a hired interpreter and then that you're going to give your interpretation and let everyone know what you've figured out or what you've understood. This is not about people's personal understanding. Do not come here and pretend to be a hired interpreter. Oh, that's very nice, Thomas. Thank you. Everyone, please do feel welcome to make a donation through the YouTube live stream, but it's much more economical to make donations through PayPal or Zelle or Cash App or something like that because they take a lot less fees. And of course, everything here is offered freely, even if you want to have a call or spend some time with me or whatever. There's no charge, there's no expectation of payment, but if you do get value from this, you're you're very welcome to donate, as that's where all of my livelihood and finances come from. But do not come here and pretend to be a hired interpreter. There are no hired interpreters in this live stream. No one here has been invited or hired on as an interpreter for what's going on here or to interpret my ego. Yeah, you're welcome to leave a comment, to leave a like, to share, to make a donation. Everything is welcome here and very appreciated. I would be completely homeless on the streets if not for the kind and generous donations of the community. Yeah, it's okay. You can give a call, you can send a message whenever you have time. Don't worry about my schedule because I don't plan for time-based scenarios. I don't have a plan for my life. I don't have a plan for what's going to happen today or tomorrow or in a few hours from now. It's just going in the flow, moment by moment. Yes, Banks Holiday, you can make a donation, but it's better to do so through PayPal or Zelle. Most people who join for the live streams don't make any donation or offering, and that's completely okay as well. There's no cost to just give me a call or whatever. To live outside the box means to be fully willing to be in the box. So to be free from the body means to be fully willing to actually be in and experience the body. Because if you think about it for a moment, the body, which is like a massive part of your life and your experience and your identity, right? The body is thoughtless. There's no thoughts that apply to the body. So like you say, this is my calf. But that is a sound or a word or a thought, but that's not your calf, right? Your heart beating isn't thought-based. Your breathing isn't thought-based. Your body is basically entirely thoughtless, right? And so to actually connect with and give your attention and your willingness to being deeply and closely aware of the body is a big important teaching that's going on here. This isn't really about that, but that's a very big way that you can start to connect or resonate with what's being shared here or talked about here and ask like a realistic and a meaningful question. We have this entire ego story about our lives, this typed out, thought out, word-based, phrase-based, sentence-based, paragraph-based story about our identity and our lives and who we are and what's going on, right? That's all bullshit. That's all shit in the toilet that needs to be flushed. In that, it's temporary and it's impermanent. The idea of your life is literally just an idea. It doesn't mean that you're going to die 5 minutes from now and your whole life is going to dissolve, but it does mean that your whole life is kind of dissolving moment by moment in the same way that thoughts are arising and passing away moment by moment. It appears to be that there's this continuous self-entity, right? There's this continuous real true person and a real true story that you are. But you know what else appears to be real? Movies and TV shows that are completely fake. If they weren't convincing, if they didn't appear to be real, then we couldn't watch them. It would be like watching a movie from North Korea. We would immediately turn it off because we aren't convinced at all about the presentation of ego identities and stories that was going on. So we turn off that movie. So we are very convinced that we are a continuous self-entity, a continuous identity. But what is much more realistic or practical or scientific way of explaining it is that these identities are arising and passing away moment by moment. So there's not a continuous self-identity, but rather there's many, many, many self-identities rising up and being experienced and then passing away. So this is basically like birth and death in Buddhism. And what is actually going on is that there is no self, there is no birth, there is no death, there's nothing outside of this moment. And this moment is even nothing. Nothing in particular, nothing describable, nothing conceptual. Now, I would say that the people who don't understand this are stupid idiots, but there's nobody here. So we are a normal, ordinary person if we don't recognize this. and we are a Buddha or we are an awakened person if we can recognize this. And then there's kind of like a path and a practice of working on deepening and developing that recognition. But there's still nobody that recognizes it. That's just your opinion, Adam. You're not God. You're not the controller. You're not the ethical determinator for reality. So it's just an ego statement of you trying to prop up and reify your ego in the face of this experience. You're not in charge of Buddhism. You're not the master interpreter of what Buddhism considers skillful or unskillful. You're just trying to reify your ego. Drop your self-importance and relax and be here and listen. Instead of sharing your judgment, that's just bullshit, your ego just puffing out your chest and saying, I'm in charge of Buddhism and I'm in charge of what ethics are and I'm deciding that you're not ethical, why don't you actually share your experience? Stop pretending to be generous. Stop pretending to be authentic and actually share your experience right now. Share what you're going through. Share what the wall that you're hiding behind of being this like objective judger, and share you. I'm waiting. We're all waiting, Adam, for you to share your experience. So the ethics and morality here is that it's based in skillfulness and unskillfulness. So you can do something right now that would make you end up in jail, in prison, which is basically like hell, right? To be in prison, in America. But in the same way, you could do something right now that's going to put you in a prison mentally. So we can take actions moment by moment that cause greed, anger, delusion, like to be lost in thinking, to be lost in our negativity, to be lost in our anger, to be lost in our greediness, our addictiveness, right? Or we can take actions moment by moment. I'm talking about mental actions, verbal actions, and physical actions that alleviate suffering. Practicing generosity to help us be less greedy. Practicing kindness or relaxation to make us be less frustrated and angry. Practicing non-thinking or the releasing of attachment to thoughts to help us be more simple and clear and practical in our thinking. It's not about rejecting thinking, but just alleviating our compulsory addiction to thinking. I never got into One Piece. If I was really going to get into One Piece, I would probably need them to like redo the series and start from the beginning with the good animation and cutting out the filler. That might get me into it, but I keep up with some of the memes and I keep up with some of the other things like that. I'm a One Piece fan in a certain way, but I'm not involved with the lore. I'm not involved with the background of it. It's okay, we start slow. We start slow and we start gentle and we start patiently with generosity. The highest generosity is like sacrificing your life, sacrificing your mind and body, giving that all up to serve others. But we can start in small ways, making small donations, doing small volunteering, doing small helpful or good things from this view of not like to get the result of it, but to do it as an act of generosity. No, nothing is frowned upon. It's an allowance, it's an acceptance, it's an opening, it's a release of contraction. So contraction is bound to release itself. You see what I'm saying? Tension is bound to releasing itself. Thoughts are bound to disappearing. We're just stuck in like wanting to be in control and wanting to be important. And this want is where the I festers. This want is where the I becomes a big problem. If our I is based in generosity, it's not going to be a big problem. If our I is based in addiction or selfishness or anger or frustration, or how we have a right to judge other people, we have a right to control our lives, then it's going to be an I of sickness, right? You can't have sickness without I, but you can have generosity with I, and one is better than the other. So we're basically, in a very real way, we're choosing between generosity and sickness. But you're not going all out. It's not like you're going to jump off a building and fly into monk's robes and find yourself in a monastery in the mountains of Nepal or Tibet. But it's more like we're making a daily choice, a weekly choice, a monthly choice, a moment by moment choice to do actions of generosity and to relax actions of selfishness. Right? To relax actions of fear and craving and seeking, and to emphasize actions of giving. So relax, relax. Don't think about it, just relax. Stop giving so much importance to thinking and relax into the relaxing. Relax the relaxing. Step back from the stepping back. Widen out. Widen out your perspective. Widen out your ego. Feel your breath. Feel your breath. Allow your breathing to bring your mind into the body, right? Just for a moment. And then once you feel your mind in the body, give the mind out. Give the mind and the body away. Put the mind out into the environment. Every time that you feel the mind coming into the body through the breathing, give the mind out. Allow the mind to go out into the environment.
and open up your hands. Open up your hands like this. Remember, focusing on your breathing, right? The mind, with your focus, that's where your mind is, right? So focus on the breathing. And as you breathe in, feel the mind coming into the body. Feel the awareness of the mind and the body. Once you feel that, give the mind out. Put the mind out into the environment. Breathing and putting the mind out. Relax and release whole body and mind. Not about getting something, not about understanding something. Not about figuring something out, not about developing something. Breathing in, feel the mind coming into the body. Remember, the mind is where the focus is. So as you focus on breathing in, feeling the mind come into the body. And when you feel the mind in the body, give the mind out. Give the mind away, out into space. Feel the mind in space. Feel the mind as space. Can you feel it? Is it working? Right? So the mind is where our focus is. So place your focus on the feeling of the breath, right? Where's the breath? The breath comes in through our nose, right? And then we can follow the focus, follow the mind of the breathing as it comes into our bodies, right? So we feel the mind in the body. And then give the mind out, push the mind out into space. Feel the mind as space, feel the mind in space. doesn't have to be for a long time. It doesn't have to be a big special thing. You connect with that, you have that experience just for a brief moment, and you have that recognition, that openness, right? And that capacity for access. And then you know that you have that capacity to access the openness of the mind, the spaciousness of the mind. Very easy to relax, very easy to be open, very easy to be free from the suffering. So we're not really fixating, we're not focusing so much as we are like stepping back and opening up. So we're just using focus to step back and open up and relax and release the whole body and mind. Let's get some W's in the chat, everybody. And please do leave a like if you haven't already. Just a little bit of that kind of opening meditation, that widening out meditation can really go a long way. You sent me 200 rupees? All right, thank you very much, Rashid. calm as serious as they get. And also the physicality of it. The physicality of it, as you can see, that stepping back, that widening out. Remember that technique. The mind is where you focus, right? You focus on your breathing feeling the nose, right? So you allow the mind to go in with the breath, the mind going into the body. And then as you feel and experience the mind and the body, give the mind out. Give the mind out into space. Almost as if breathing the mind in and then giving the mind out into space. You can widen out. You can use the posture like this, right? You step back and open out and widen out. When you're dealing with that suffering, that depression, the mind's getting all tangled up and stuff, you don't have to just sit there and stew in that, right? Step back, widen out. The hands. Open up the hands. We make a lot of karma. We do a lot of good things. We do a lot of bad things with our hands. So open up the hands. Open up widely. Not about wanting anything, not about trying to like get rid of anything, but stepping back from whatever it is that we're involved with and opening up. And the meditation, not about like contracting our attention in the body, but actually just for a moment to gather our attention, we notice our contraction in the body, we notice the mind in the body with a deep breath or something like that, and then we give it out, we offer out, we give away. You know, it can seem a little bit performative, right? But we're not performing for anybody because we're just with ourselves. We're just experiencing ourselves, right? So we're giving out that self-grasping, that self-attachment, that self-fixation, widening out. Widening out beyond like our usual ways of thinking about things, our usual ways of understanding how to solve problems, and we're just widening out, giving out, blasting out. And then whatever it is, the stickiness, the thing that pops up, the da-da-da, the la-la-la that comes up in our body, that comes in our mind, give it out, give it away. Offer it out. Give it out. This is the real generosity. This is the real making donations. This is the real volunteering. Volunteer everything. Give anything. Give everything out. Away. Give out, give away, anything, everything. Release and relax the whole body and the whole mind. Any little thought, any little sensation, any like thing that makes you keep thinking, give it out, give it away. Widen out from that. Not like a ghoul, not like a little demon. What is it? What is it? Tell me what it is. Widen out, brighten out. Shine out the mind of awareness, shine out the light of the naked eye. The eye that's not caught up in thoughts, the eye that's not caught up in conceptual thinking, the eye that's not seeking, not chasing, not trying, but just giving. Widen out. beyond people, beyond places, beyond things, beyond the thoughts that we have about things, the thoughts that we have about life. Widen out. Just that single moment, that moment of bringing the mind home to the body, and then give everything out. The mind in, the mind as space.
This is much deeper than any kind of I am. I am a good person, or I am a bad person, or just I am. No I, no am, just give. There's a lot of fakers, there's a lot of pretenders in the I am community. This is beyond I, this is beyond am. Already, completely, totally. Giving the resolution. Giving everything. Oh, it's okay, it's not too bad. Way too much toxicity, way too much complicated thinking, way too much seeking, way too much trying to be in control, trying to be the controller, trying to be the person who has the right understanding, trying to be the person who's, I know what's going on. Don't know what's going on. Just widen out. Just widen out at the coffee shop. Go into the nakedness of awareness wherever you are. Step back. Step back and give and widen out into the nakedness of awareness. As you breathe in that attention, that presence, that reality, like you're really breathing in, you know you're breathing in. And then give that out, give that away. Give away any sense of control, any sense of understanding, any sense of who you are and what you're thinking about and what you're going to do and what you're trying to do. No trying, just giving, just widening out. Not fixating, not focusing on one particular thing, right? Just widen out. We underestimate the capacity for generosity. We underestimate the capacity for giving. We underestimate the capacity for deep listening, for openness, instead of closedness. Closedness is so limited. Closedness is so short-sighted. But that openness, that wideness, that giving out, that generosity is limitless. And that sense of relief, that sense of finality, that sense of resolution and completion in that giving. Not about doing or not doing, not about the not itself. Everything, anything, just a knot to be untied. Any fixation just to be widened out, released. It can be good, but the mental training is more about releasing and relaxing the whole body, the whole mind, the whole story of you developing yourself. False Zen and true Zen. False Zen and true Zen. Zen means here like the right understanding, the right view, the real view, like being in total connection and communion with the way that things actually are, rather than the way that things seem to be, like actually being free versus just our weird idea we have about being free. Being free from judgment or thinking that judging others gives us freedom to be our true selves. It's just fake, just nonsense. Listen to this, false Zen and true Zen, or don't listen to this. Don't listen to this, go away, don't stay in this live stream, get out of here. Get out of here. Everybody who's watching this live stream, get out of here right now. Everybody who's here, turn off this live stream, don't leave a comment, get out of here. Everybody put L's in the chat. Listen, just try to listen, don't listen to this. There are two kinds of Zen students who won't let go. One kind consists of those who did not meet real teachers at the beginning of their quest, plunged into the fires of false teachers, and having been poisoned by their venom, they think their Zen study is done. Another kind consists of those who join Zen groups and call themselves Zen students, but really lack the correct basis. They just take control of what they hear, eager to be known for it, trying to prove themselves, only saying that Zen is just this. These two kinds of people are fatally ill, unless they recognize their error someday and let go of it sometime. Get out of here, don't listen to this, don't leave a comment, don't listen to what's being said here. But what are people in these conditions to let go of after all? So what are these people in these conditions of a false realization, a false enlightenment, a false clear seeing, a false truth? What are they supposed to let go of after all? Just let go of the burden of others and self, of ideas of gain and loss, right and wrong, Buddha and Buddhism, mystery and marvel. As soon as you let go this way, you feel body and mind light and easy, thoroughly pure inside and out. Then your heart is clear all the time. In a cool flash of insight, you go free. Now you are ready for refinement. If you just keep to the insight you've attained, if you just keep to the understanding that you've grasped a hold of and consider it as ultimate, you are still clinging to something. Zen people free from convention are very different from this. We connect through generosity. We connect through deep sharing and deep listening without expectation of some kind of goal or something that we're going to be able to get out of it. The real bullshit is thinking that understanding something means that that thing is real. The real bullshit is thinking that not understanding something means that that thing is unreal. The real truth is that everything you see, everything you hear, the very idea of you is a fiction, is an illusion, has never existed and will never exist. That's the real bullshit. First of all, don't establish a preconceived understanding of Zen, or don't establish a preconceived notion of what this is. Yet, don't rationalize Zen, or don't rationalize what this is as not understanding either. It's just like learning archery. Eventually you reach a point where ideas are ended and feelings forgotten, and then you suddenly hit the target. You should also know, furthermore, that there is a subtlety breaking through the target, which is attained spontaneously. We didn't just have thoughts, but we believed in those thoughts. And we perpetuated thinking and believing lifetime after lifetime after lifetime. And we became more and more and more confused. But this original mind, this natural non-conceptual wakefulness, is innate in all of us. This freedom from suffering is innate or natural or accessible spontaneously to all of us. Congratulations on 108 likes for this live stream. 108 is a very auspicious number in Buddhism. So we're at the lucky number point of our live stream. Zen, or freedom from suffering, cannot be attained by lectures, discussions, and debates. Only those of great perceptive capacity can clearly understand it. For this reason, the ancient, skillful ones did not waste a moment. Even when they weren't calling on teachers to ascertain specific truths, they were involved in real Zen practice. So they eventually attained mature serenity in a natural way. Now listen to this. This is kind of what's being talked about here. This is what's being transmitted here. This is what is being emphasized here. Don't listen to this. Don't listen to this. Listen to this. Listen to this. Don't listen to this. Don't listen to this. Listen to this. Listen to this. Don't 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 listen to this. Listen to this. They were not wrapped up in the illusions of the world. If you can do this, that is, not being wrapped up in the illusions of the world, then at some point you will suddenly turn the light of your mind around and see through illusions to the real self, to your real nature. Then you will understand where everything comes from. Mundane passions and illusions, the material world, form and emptiness, light and darkness, principle and essence, mystery and marvel. How wonderful would that be, to understand where everything comes from? If you cannot be wrapped up in the illusions of the world, if you can see through the illusions of conceptual thought, if you can see through the illusions of like and dislike, if you can see through the illusions of you being in control of everything, then at some point you will suddenly, spontaneously, instantaneously turn the light of your mind around and see through illusions to the real self. Then you will understand where everything comes from. Mundane passions and illusions, the material world, form and emptiness, light and darkness, principle and essence, mystery and marvel. What I'm reading is a secret. Enlightened beings and Zen masters do not have different realizations. They all reach the point of cessation, the point of ending, where past, present, and future are cut off and all impulses stop, where there is not the slightest object. Enlightened awareness shines spontaneously, subtly penetrating the root source. When you understand and arrive at the emptiness of all things, then you are independent of every state of mind and transcend every situation. It's kind of like not being caught up in the muck of life, even in the midst of all the muck and mess. The original light is everywhere, and you then adapt to the potential at hand. Everything you meet is Zen. Everything you meet is an opportunity to be more aware and more not attached. While subtly aware of all circumstances, you are empty and have no subjective stance towards them. Like the breeze in the pines, the moon in the water, there is a clear and light harmony. You have no coming and going mind, and you do not linger over appearances, not lingering over appearances, not lingering over thoughts, not lingering over comments, not lingering over ideas, not lingering over stories that we hold on to about ourselves and other people. But we can say that that holding on itself is a kind of lingering. The essence is in being inwardly open and accommodating while outwardly responsive without unrest. Be like spring causing flowers to bloom, like a mirror reflecting images, and you will naturally emerge aloof of all tumult. May I seem neither wise nor unwise. May I be deemed neither good or bad. May I be judged as neither right nor wrong. Relax, relax, be nice, be kind, be gentle, be open. Open fully, open widely, open completely. Step back and widen out. Step back and broaden out and brighten out the awareness, the brightness of the mind that's not stuck, not trapped, not fixated, not lingering. Don't be a lingerer. No lingerers allowed. Buddha said that when mind does not grasp things of the past, does not long for things of the future, and does not dwell on things of the present, then one realizes that past, present, and future are empty.
Yo money bid me 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 money bid me. Oh, money bid me more, 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 money bid me. Oh, money bid me more, 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 money bid me more. Money bid me more, 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 money bid me more. Money bid me more, 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 money. Oh, money bid me home, 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 money bid me home. Oh, money bid me more, 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 money bid me more. It is oh, money bid me home. 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 Money bid me home.
So please listen closely or don't. Past, present, and future. Buddha said that when the mind does not grasp things of the past, does not long for things of the future, and does not dwell on things of the present, then one realizes that past, present, and future are empty. Don't think about past events, whether good or bad, for if you think about them, this blocks the way. Don't calculate future matters, for if you calculate, you go mad. Don't fix your attention on present affairs, whether unpleasant or pleasant, for if you fix attention on them, they will disturb your mind. Just deal with situations as they happen, and you will spontaneously accord with these principles. It's really amazing, it's really remarkable how we've gotten picked up by the YouTube algorithm. And now we have, during these live streams, we have just thousands of people coming in and going out and stopping by for a brief moment. It's really amazing. Gives me a lot of motivation to stay open, and it's really giving a lot of people a chance to come across the Dhamma, to come across the teachings of Buddha, experientially. That's my view. I mean, that's my understanding, that the real Dhamma is experiential. It's heart to heart. It's mind to mind. It's not a matter of explaining Buddhism to people. Because I've done that, and it really just gives people something to believe in or to be complacent about or to consume. And this is a really kind of actualized way, as the Buddha said, to come and see for oneself, to be known for oneself. So the Dhamma isn't in the Pali Canon. The Dhamma isn't in the words and phrases. The Dhamma is in realization. To come and see for oneself. We have all these value judgments or these expectations about how somebody is supposed to act or how somebody is supposed to be. So then how do we treat children? How do we treat people who come from a different culture, a different society, a different way of life, a different mind? With aggression, with animosity? We try to force feed them. Say, well, we do things this way, so you better believe in that, and you better follow along in line. I say, what the heck? Well, people tend to be so selfish, they don't actually want to sit down together and talk about these things. I don't get it. I have a different proclivity. I have a different tendency. There's a different quality about me where If a person is in one way or another somehow serious about the Dhamma and the path and meditation and this way of looking and thinking and exploring and experiencing, I want to sit down with them and I want to talk to them. I want them to feel open to really express themselves. I want to receive that, and then I want to have that capacity to connect and explore. Sometimes we do that through practicing with each other. But I think that practice can tend to be ritualistic. And that's not what the Buddha taught. The Buddha was against these rites and rituals done for the sake of rites and rituals. You're not going to get enlightened because you go to a meditation retreat. Well, you may, but it's not going to be because of the meditation retreat. I don't need an editor, but it'd be great to have one. Sure, we could. I mean, from our live streams and these, the recordings of these live streams, there's a lot of big hits out there, a lot of big memes that, could be edited, put together for some shorts. Could be really good, but there's no need for that. There's no need to go over there. There's no need to stay here. There's no need to be live streaming right now. There's no need to be watching this right now. There's no need to like this or dislike this right now. We've confused need for desire. And in fact, there's no need to desire. But sometimes, and a lot of the times, we have to have our needs met before we can realize that we don't need to desire, that we don't need to seek after something, that we don't need to try to avoid something, that everything that's already here as it is enough. That this is already enough. Don't try to understand it, just offer spaciousness, offer kindness, offer release, offer ending. That's what a lot of people need. They need cutting, they need ending, they need finishing. They don't need to have their nonsense thinking held up and propped up with reactivity or trying to explain things to people. They can't understand what is explained because they're lost in the confusion of their nonstop thinking. This isn't just you and me, this is everyone, anyone. That's nice. I like the word superfluous a lot. Whatever you do it wholeheartedly with mindfulness and detachment. That means do it with a moment by moment awareness. Come back to awareness and to fixating on nonstop thinking. And the detachment means that you are free in doing it. When you're doing it, you're just doing it. You don't have to do it. You don't need to do it. You're just doing it. When you're not doing it, you're just not doing it. You don't need to do it. You don't need to not do it. What's important is that you're doing it without attachment. In doing, just doing. In seeing, just seeing. In hearing, just hearing. In thinking, just thinking. In not thinking, just not thinking. In not seeing, just not seeing. In not hearing, just not hearing. And allowing it to be that way. Allowing detachment to be healthy and present and full and real, and not something that's based on our ego trip or our conceptual thinking. Detachment is a powerful word. Mindfulness and detachment is a powerful phrase. But if we are attached to words and phrases, we'll miss out on the essence of what's being invited. W's in the chat, everybody. Come on. Don't be lazy. You can also write in the chat, this is what I've been looking for. This is what I've been waiting for.
Yo money bad meum. 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 Yo money bad meum.
Friends, please, let's get a W's in the chat. Let's get some energy in here. Let's get some movement in here. What are we all on our coffee break, on our lunch break? Hoi!
Oh, money bad meum. Yo 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 money bad meum.
It's good for the algorithm, but it's a little bit difficult to do for the long term. It takes a lot of energy. So
Yo money bad meum, 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 money bad meum. Oh, I am money bad meum, 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 money. Yo money bad meum, 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 oh money bad meum, 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 yo money bad meum, 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 money bad meum.
honestly, you could probably characterize it as tantra. It could probably be characterized as a tantra practice.
Omani bedme om. Omani bedme om. Romani 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 bedme om. Omani 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 bedme om. Oj, 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 oj. Omani bedme om. 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 Yo money 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 bedme om.
You can also chant together with me, is a good thing to do. No, I'm not thinking about, we'll get to that, we'll get back to that, but I'm not thinking about becoming a monk again right now, because it's more of now it's more of a practical consideration, and practically it's unnecessary right now for me to keep doing my practice and doing the work that I'm doing. And we'll just see how it evolves, really not to be in a hurry, not to be in a rush is one of the most important things that we can practice with and work with. And so I'm just staying open and flexible, because if I was a monk, we'll see how time goes by, but I wouldn't be really in a position to do as freely as I'm doing now, and that's an important part of my sadhana, my practice. So.
Yo money bed meal, more 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 money bed meal. Yo money bed meal, more money jubilee, Robin Jumans, coming while you was really as always when you were there was going to crash really as well your own music will go guys you all your go but your Roman was earlier was what come to be all years over years coming to go see but your goes but was going out on the music will also come to what you so many was coming to Yo, money bed meal, 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 money bed meal. Yo, money bed meal, 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 Yo, what you money bed meal, 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 You money bed meal, 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 money bed Yo, money bed meal, 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 money bed meal,
Please, friends, W's in the chat.
Money bed meal, 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 money bed meal.
W's in the chat is a way that we can express generosity and support the algorithmic development. We can get more people to hear our voice and hear the happenings of this Tantra.
Oh, money bed meal, 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 money.
It's almost like throwing coins or throwing dollars in the donation box when we're putting those comments and those W's and just things like that, and it actually helps a lot.
Yo, money bed meal, 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 money bed meal. Oh, money bed meal, 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 money bed meal. Oh, money bid me, 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 money bid me.
It's high tantra. Maybe a little bit too high for the algorithm. People are running away right away. I think so. It was a little bit too high, but it's all right. Okay, so I think we're about to be at the 300-minute mark. We've got 2 minutes, less than 2 minutes until we're at 300. So at 300 minutes. So if anyone has any final questions, we'll answer those, and then we'll wrap up the live stream with a short blessing and dedication of merits. It's actually someone in particular I'd like to share our merits with at the end of this live stream, so any final questions or comments are welcome. And if anyone would like to make a donation to support, you can do so through PayPal and a few other ways as well. And I have those links on some of the YouTube videos, but you can also just reach out to me and ask me if you'd like to support in any way. Okay, so we'll finish here. Welcome to Bring Your Hands Together with me if you like. We're going to try to stream daily. We're going to try and keep up with it. I really love being here with everyone, and I know that some people appreciate being here as well. So, all right, we can bring our hands together. Concerned with the law of three, the triple gem, Buddha, Dhamma, and Sangha, we have officially spent 300 minutes together, live streaming, being concerned with suffering and the end of suffering. Recognizing this, there are sure to be many merits, many blessings that have been accumulated, rather through meditation, exploring the Dhamma, or even Tantra. We would like to offer and dedicate and share these blessings with all beings in all directions, making a commitment not to hoard our goodness, our blessings, but to share and offer them out towards all. Specifically, we would like to offer and dedicate our merits to dear brother Min An, who is a wonderful Buddhist monk in the tradition of Thich Nhat Hanh, who's recently had to have apparently part of his colon removed in an operation. Not completely sure what happened, but he's in the hospital right now, healing and recovering. I know getting great medical care and great support from friends and family and fellow monastics. And we wish that his injuries will be quickly healed, that his health will recover, and that he will be ready to continue his wonderful Dhamma work, sharing with others and also sharing with himself to deepen his own way of living in happiness and peace. May all of these dedications be received as they are offered, and may we all continue on the path of no path to and from enlightenment in the here and now of nowhere. May it be, may it be, may it truly, 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 truly be. Sadhu. 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 Thank you, everyone, so much for being here. Your presence alone is a great gift, a great offering. and I hope that we will have the chance to spend time together again very soon. May you be at peace, may you be free, may you end suffering when it arises. See you again soon.